is a test from the Cass County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, it's enough of that. Alright, we've done enough of that. Let me get part 2 going. Oh, there we go. I had the application audio muted. Alright, we're back. It's part 2 of our weekly test show. Let's get rid of this and change it with something else. Let's do a Big John's clip. Why not? If I could find one to try. Alright, which one was the one where you did are there 5 of them in the puzzle? Which one is it? Let's see. No, it wasn't these. I know it's a brighter background. Okay, so it's gotta be one of these.
How awesome. Oh, wise and noble sound effects lady. Are there 5 of them?
Oh, yes, here we go. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh, this is not gonna be good. Alright, here we go.
Is the puzzle at that amount?
Do this one instead.
You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause timer's already been called. 100 volume level, down arrow. You need to wake up and pay attention. It's already been called. You need to pay attention.
You need to wake up and pay attention. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. That water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. Wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. Wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause summer's already been called. You need to wake up and pay. You need to wake up and pay attention. attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. Attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention, 'cause that water's already been cold. You need to wake up and pay attention.
Wouldn't it be great?
Cause that letter's already been called. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
In the puzzle at that amount. I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right?
4 of them in the puzzle at that amount. I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
It'd be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount. I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount. I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount. I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
In the puzzle at that amount. I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Continue. In the puzzle at that amount. I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount. I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount. I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
It'd be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount. I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Continue.
Well, hi there, WZYX. Nice of you to welcome me back.
Well, hi there, WCYX. Nice of you to welcome me back.
Up All Night, VLC Media Player window. Oh wait, I'm turning down the wrong machine. There we go. And this one too? Okay, perfect. That's been kind of quiet in Wichita after I got all those warnings live. Got a pretty decent amount. Okay, now we have some catching up to do before we move on with whatever the heck we're going to do next here in this hour before our main feature tonight, which is Deal or No Deal with Printer. What the hell is going on with Elkhart? Is it broken? Oh, there we go. Ugh. Oh, that's loud. There we go. Oh wait, I didn't mute the desktop thing. Good thing I realized. We almost barely ever hear anything off this station, and I don't know why.
Kitchen, VLC media player window.
Alright, let's check all the other loggers and make sure that we got everything. What's in here? Of course, VPR Classical. Alright, and then KLT. Is there any more? Let's begin. Where are we going to start? Let's start from right here. Let's see if there's any more. Kitson, San Diego, for some reason was sent twice. One is civil, the other was... What was this one? Anderson, Kansas. Oh, that's the same thing because I had a different station on there. That's a demo. What's this one? Bourbon, Crawford, Barton, Bates, and Vernon. Well, let's get this one anyway. Oh wait, that was manual origination. We're not going to accept that one.
Go down to a restaurant. VLC media player window.
Okay, DON, you need to stop spamming weeklies for the love of God. Oh wait, this one actually doesn't have the attention signal for once. Yay! That we got live, that we got live, that we got live. Whatever station's originating this kind of RMT, they've got serious problems. They're not even doing a message at all. It's just 30 seconds of their programming. That's it. That's all it is. 30 seconds. 30 seconds of their programming and nothing more. Now that's what I call an unbelievable fail. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay. I don't know what station this is that's serving Isabella, Michigan, but this station, I think, if I remember, tested 3 times this week.
A brand new day. VLC media player window.
Is that all? Oh, of course. There has to be one from Phoenix. Well, actually, we can go back on this one, because I don't think it's been updated yet. So let's see, where's Phoenix at? Yeah, Maricopa and Pinal. So let's just go back on KC94.
Was located 12 miles northwest of Cuiju, or 14 miles west of Casa Grande.
So we'll just wait for it to get back around. Okay, so with that, we're all caught up with everything now. I'll go ahead and minimize this down and bring this back because we are going to continue. Because we're going to continue our eBay scavenger hunt in just a minute. But I'd like to try and see if I could make a word out of the letters from this morning's Name It and Claim It Scrambled Word game on WMBS before their test this morning. So, in order, the letters were E, T, M, M-A-E-T-N-C-R and E. Let's see if I can try and make as many words as I can from these letters. I can make cram, that's one of them. Cream, that's one. Team,
Yummy in my tummy. VLC media player window.
create, mate. There's like so many possibilities. But what's even the mission? But, well, we'll see. There's no H, so you can't do teach. Crete, if that's even a word. Crent, N-T-E. Crentrinet. That's the best word I can come up with using all these letters. Let's see how Google Translate says it. Crentring tape. No, not spreadsheet and tape.
Crentrim tay. Crentrim tay.
Crentring tape. Crentring tay.
Crentrim tay. Crentrim tay.
Oh my goodness.
Superheroes.
Oh my gosh, all these words.
1954 volume.
Crentrim tay.
Crentrim tay. Spelling. Centerman. Centerman? Okay. Sure, we'll try Centerman. Thank you for the suggestion, autocorrection. You gave me another idea of another word. Let's try another crazy one. Natter. Etem. E-R. Natcher. That's right.
Natteretmer.
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 Natteretmer?
Natteretmer. Natteretmer.
Oh my gosh. Natteretmer. This should probably become a new segment now, where we just take down the letters from the Name It and Claim It Scrambled word game, and then we try to make a word out of it. Or try to make as many words as we can from those letters, almost like Boggle.
Awesomeness of Rain. VLC media
That's
player.
kind of fun. But unfortunately, Wednesday's the only day we get to do it, because I'm usually fast asleep by the time they do by the time they usually do this. This is great.
Natteretmer.
Let's duplicate it and bring back that other word.
Crentrim tay. Natteretmer.
Let's hear both of these words again.
Crentrim tay. Natteretmer.
Cremtrinte Natteretmer. And I see Yuma wants to get involved now. Alright, well, we can go back on it at least.
24 and 38. For your protection.
That's kind of funny, hearing all those words. Okay, now we go back to the all-in-one. Now, we continue our eBay scavenger hunt for anything and everything interesting that we can find. Starting off with this Optiplex 7070 Micro that has a 9th generation Intel i7 chip in it. Here's a HP all-in-one. Are those seriously the specs? And is that really the processor? A Celeron? Really? A Celeron? Really? A frickin' Celeron? In 2025? Why a Celeron? This would be better if there was an Intel Core processor inside of there. I don't know. But here's what HP should have done. Here's a Dell that looks old. Is this even an all-in-one? That doesn't look like an all-in-one PC. That's a monitor. That looks like a freaking monitor. At least it gives us a diagram of everything. Yeah, that certainly looks like an all-in-one PC to me. It certainly is. But it has a 6th gen, so it's not capable of 11. Here's another one. This is a 5490 all-in-one touch. This is one of those all-in-one PCs where you could touch the, you could touch the screen and whatnot. You know what? That probably should have been my new computer instead. Instead of a desktop, like a desktop tower, I could have gotten an all-in-one PC and I could just have like one big touch screen. That actually would have been kind of nice. That actually would have been kind of nice if I had a setup like that. But unfortunately, that's not the route I chose. Because, these things cost a lot of money. Here's an Optiplex 7440 that has Linux Mint on it. Now, that's actually good that they put Linux Mint onto it because this thing doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. And a lot of people are probably going to put Linux on it. Oh yeah, 2016, so yeah. Here's a 7710. I actually saw an unboxing of one of these earlier. This is a 12th gen. This one still has the factory wrap on the Dell logo on the back. There's all the... Here's a 7470. This is a 24-inch 9th generation all-in-one PC. You can see this is what it looks like with Windows 10. Here it is with 11. Because it meets the requirements for it. This one also does. In fact, this has 11 on it. This is a 12th gen 7410 with a 12th gen i5. Oh wow, there's even still some shrink wrap on the back. And you can show it in the photos. USB, and then there's all the other stuff that they've that there are on the machine. So here's an HDMI out, so you can plug in a second monitor. Then there's DisplayPort, Ethernet, and other stuff. And then here's an Inspiron. This is a 24-inch 5400 all-in-one PC. That does have some scratches on it, but it's not that big of a deal. This is a i3. Ugh, I don't want an i3. I don't want 8 gigabytes of RAM. No. There's, what else have we got? Oh, here's another one of those HP listings that have a freaking Celeron. Piece of crap Celeron. Or in the words of Multimedia J, it's a Celeron piece of crap. Yeah. Because that's what he called that, Windows 2000 computer that that he tried to see if he could get it to run Windows 8. Many years ago, when he tried to do the Windows 8, how did it go? Did he first try the... Let's see, what did he do? Did he... Let's see if I remember. I think he did the developer... No, he did the... No, he did the consumer preview first. First, he tried to put the consumer preview on an ancient computer that was from 2000. Then he tried the release preview after it was made available to the public. And then I think later on he also tried Windows 8.1. He tried to see if he could get 8.1 to run on it, but unfortunately with no success. Did he try 8.1? Or did he just try regular Windows 8? I don't know. But he did also later on try Windows 10. I think he only tried the Windows 10 preview. But I don't think he ever got the final release. But regardless, that thing probably wouldn't even be close to being compatible with Windows 10. So, yeah, there was no way he could ever try to get Windows 10 to run on an ancient system like that. And even on the HP desktop from 2003, and with all these crazy hardware requirements now for Windows 11, yeah, there's certainly no way that thing's even going to run Windows 10 reliably. I mean, that thing is powerful in its own good. I mean, 512 megs of RAM, that's good enough for XP. But for something, well, that's good enough for a legacy version of Windows like XP. Or maybe it could have gotten some more life out of it if it had been upgraded to Windows 7. Let's say if it had been upgraded to Windows 7, it could have gotten some more use out of it. But did I do the right one? Yep, I did the correct one. Yep, there we go. Did everything right. So yeah. So, there is absolutely no way that PC would ever be able to run Windows 11 because of, all these new hardware requirements. Yeah, because Microsoft recently changed the requirements when it comes to processors. Yeah, stuff about Yosemite National Park. But yeah.
Summertime. VLC Media Player window.
Yep, we won't be getting much of that left now. Oh, here's another one of those 7450s. And somebody chose to put Windows 11 on it, even though it doesn't meet the requirements. Cool. Alright, what else have we got? Oh, here's another old Dell PC. This looks like it came with Windows 10. But, of course, it doesn't meet the requirements for 11. Here's another 5420. This one's actually in much better condition. Oh, this one actually has dual hard drives. That's cool. A 256 gigabyte SSD and a 1 terabyte mechanical hard drive inside. That's pretty cool. I like that idea. I actually like that idea of having two separate hard drives, each storing two separate modes of data. Yeah, two separate modes of data, as in what I'm using for my Dell Micro. Because there's one drive inside of the machine, the internal SSD, that utilizes all the Windows files. Yeah, that contains all the files for Windows. While a separate drive, which I, of course, repurposed from my old Dell laptop that was inside of it for pretty much all of its life, pretty much all of its life, is now living inside of my micro PC. And it's still going strong, but oh boy, it's going to be much different if I try one of those two other hard drives that lived inside of that same laptop for so long that ended up reaching the end of their lifespans. Yeah, because I found a video earlier while we were getting Fort Worth on the life cycle of all those, of all kinds of physical storage mediums, actually. So this is what it looks like. So you can see that's the Windows 11 logo. No Copilot key. Disappointing. There's the mouse, all the batteries, the power adapter, everything. Here's a 7710 that has a 1 terabyte drive inside of it and 16 gigs of memory. See, that's the keyboard, that's the monitor, and there's actually what looks to be its original box. So I suppose it was tested, repackaged, and then listed. And this is interesting. A Dell Precision. Now this is actually kind of the setup that was utilized at my school, where they threw a micro PC like this one, like the one I have, to sort of keep it together as one. Here's only a 7th gen Intel Dell machine that is on 11 apparently. That it doesn't say anything else. Here's a 5410 that has a 12th gen Intel i5. It comes with 11 out of the box. And I can tell by the Dell factory background that it is Windows 11. Here's a Set Optiplex 7460 with a 8th gen. And if we look closely, I believe we can see the process. I don't think we can see the processor tag, but from what it looks like, that is indeed capable of 11. Here's a 5415 with an AMD Ryzen 5. And it is on 11. That's running the Home Edition. This one only has a 6th gen. Came with 10. Not compatible with 11, but they decided to put 11 on there anyway. This is a 2022 Inspiron 5410. The keyboard and mouse are not original with the monitor. Unfortunately, it's a non-touch. And that's actually how those HP monitors are at my school. The all-in-ones. They're all-in-ones. They're non-touch. So, I can't touch the screen or anything, and, things happen and whatnot. It's kind of a shame, but, sometimes it makes life easier, but other times it doesn't. What is this? ThinkSmart Hub 500. I wonder what this is. Oh, that's interesting. Is this like a cash register? Installed a fresh version of the factory OS Reloaded. Yeah. So this looks like it was a all-in-one PC. Well, not really an all-in-one PC. It looks more like it was designed for, let's say, a cash register. This one has a Intel 8th generation i5, but look at the edition. Windows 10 IoT 64. Well, the thing is, I hope that is a valid license, because I don't think this thing has, let's say, a IoT enterprise license directly embedded into the motherboard. No, you have to obtain a volume license of IoT enterprise in order for it to be activated. I mean that would be good. I mean, then I could keep, you could keep your old Windows 10 PC going, but here's the thing. The last version of IoT Enterprise of Windows 10 is 21H2. Yeah, IoT Enterprise 21H2. And software developers are treating it as if it were the standard consumer editions of the version. So, the Home and, Home, Pro, and then the more commercial editions like Enterprise and Education. Those versions are no longer, that version is no longer getting updates completely, all but Enterprise LTSC and the IoT edition, which the LTSC gets updates for another 2 years free of charge. But then, of course, IoT Enterprise, which I'm sure everybody's going to want to is going after, gets updates until, unbelievably enough, 2032. So that Enterprise Edition of Windows 10 is going to outlive Windows 11, which I find pretty crazy to think about. Well, that is when we know Microsoft's going to end support for it, but we still got a long way to go. I mean, we're only like 4 years into Windows 11. Yeah, we're actually 4 years into. We're actually 4 years now into its lifespan, because it was released in October of 2021, and this is 2025, so it's been 4 years. So this is its third yearly update. But what's coming next is an enablement package, but I don't think it'll I don't think it'll have too much of an effect, because it's going to be an enablement package this time, as opposed to a major upgrade. So this here is a Optiplex 7400 that has a 12th gen chip, 32 gigs of RAM, 1 or 2 terabyte NVMe drive, and of course 1 terabyte of an extra 1 terabyte of a mechanical hard drive inside. So that's pretty good. Here's the 7th gen that's running the OS it should be running, but it doesn't meet the memory requirements for 11. This is a 10th generation, I can tell because of the sticker there. Intel Core i3, that's an Intel graphics sticker there. And there's some more stickers. There was what it came with. 23H2, installed in July of 2025. And that was the update that it was running at the time. And there's still some of the factory wrapping and packaging that's still on there. And here's actually a latest generation one. This is a 7420 with a 14th gen. This one only has 8 gigabytes of RAM, which is pretty dumb. Here's our first all-in-one PC that has a frickin' Pentium inside of it. What a disappointment. And a 1 terabyte mechanical hard drive. Yeah, even more disappointing. I hate that kind of stuff. But here's a 5410 that has 8 gigabytes of RAM in it. 12th generation. What else have we got? Here's a 5459 that has a, what generation was that? Intel. Inside, that's a 6th gen, so it's not compatible. This one is So this one's pretty neat. You could actually rotate the monitor. You could rotate it 360 degrees to whatever you're liking.
VLC Media Player window.
There's an Inspiron 1 from 2020. This certainly looks like it meets the requirements. But I don't know that for sure because that does not... Yeah, that is not 2020. 3rd Gen i3, 4 gigabytes of RAM, unbelievably slow, not compatible with 11 at all. I see solid state drive, but still not gonna be the best. Here's a 2720, and is that Windows 8? Is that Windows 8? I see Windows 8 on that screen. Windows 8. No manufacturing date. Okay. What else can we find? Here's another all-in-one. Somebody put XP on this. Somebody put XP on this on this machine. And earlier I saw a video of what happened when you attempt to expose XP to the modern internet. Hell no, I am not gonna do that. Never. Never am I ever gonna do that. And also never am I gonna try to expose Vista to the modern internet either. I've already exposed Windows 7 to the modern internet and it was bad enough. Not doing it again. That's what got me into Windows 10. So I'm not trying that again. We're going to move on with the rest of the tech world. Here's a 24H2 PC with some slight... Aw, crack. That's a shame. And there's another angle of it. And what is that I see? Inside? Oh, hell no. That is not compatible. That is not compatible with Windows 11. But it's kind of weird that each of these listings we go through, I see that a lot of these are just the sellers put Windows 11 on PCs that don't even meet the minimum hardware requirements by Microsoft. Let's close a lot of these so we don't run out of memory. So we can continue looking. Here's a 5459. This is an Inspiron. And what is the 6th generation? Oh yeah, there's the newest update there of Windows 10. This one looks like it's damaged. No, it's just showing a picture of like spider webs or something. And what is that? What is that? Is that a ladybug in the place of the Windows logo?
VLC Media Player
No built-in camera. It does have a built-in camera. It's right up there. But anyway, there's all the ports it's got. And where do we see the processor sticker? Oh, there it is right there. That's a 10th generation. Yep, it's compatible. There's a 10th gen that's compatible. Here's a... This is an Optiplex 7070 Ultra, which I don't think I've ever seen one of these in person before. So this is pretty neat. You know, maybe I could get an all-in-one PC like this someday, but then again, it's probably not going to be the greatest experience. Odd-dropping. But of course, yeah, there's Apple's event next week. So, with the iPhone 17 on its way, I'm going to actually hold off on getting my new phone for a little bit, because since we're getting close to the fall release, the yearly release of the next iPhone, and Apple usually drops the price of last year's model by $100. I figured we wait and save some money while we're at it. I figured we just hold on a little longer and just save some money while we're at it. But I see the screen damage on my phone has kind of started to go away.
Animals. VLC Media
Yeah, I see it's kind of. Oh my god! It actually looks like it nearly went away completely. That is actually kind of strange how it just popped up out of nowhere and then it just started going away over the course of a few months, maybe about a year. But that's impressive. Yeah, actually, it's been a few months. Okay, continuing on here, we were going to look at Windows PCs. So let's see, we're going to look at computers and tablets. Is it going to change automatically? Or do we just click search? Okay, no, it looks like we have to put something in there. Okay, yep, there were all the stuff we looked at earlier. Let's see, home computing. So, here's Dell's brand new desktop line. So I see this one's actually kind of nice because they've actually taken sort of the inspiration from the Octoplex business line of computers.
and I would fly.
Actually, a lot of the
VLC
business
Media Player
PCs,
window.
of the modern age. So you don't need to use tools at all. You can just twist a few screws and you can easily open up the back panel. I think it was that way with the old age of computing, but now I think they're finally making it easier and more efficient to do all this stuff, which is pretty neat. But there's the 1000 gigabytes, and then here's all the stuff. And then this is entry level. We can go by each category. And this one's actually on sale. It's originally $800, but this one's going for $650. So it's kind of a nice discount. See their new design. Let's go back to. Let's see what else we got. Deals inspired by your shopping. Yeah, there's some other stuff that we were looking at too. There's a bunch of Chromebooks. Here's a Chromebook with a Celeron in it. Yes, a friggin' Celeron. Well, I mean, it is perfect that it isn't in a Celeron, because I mean that would be best used for Chrome OS, but a Core i3, yeah, that'd be even better.
I sent you a letter. VLC Media Player window.
All right, let's go on here. Oh yeah, they even sell processors, which is interesting. All right, let's see what else we got. Oh wow, they're selling a 128 gigabyte 11-inch iPad with for only $350. That could be a good upgrade in my 5th generation because it's been without updates for years. So I probably might want to get a new one before security starts to become a problem. And upgrading my phone too is going to be another part of that because Apple announced they're not going to be supporting it with iOS 26. Okay, yeah, we can go by menu. Here we go. Shopping by computers. Let's do, where do we remember, laptop, desktops, and all-in-one PCs. This is just like what we were searching through on eBay earlier. So we're going to go all-in-one. We're just going to filter by all-in-one. Oh, they even have a refurbished section too. We'll come back to that. I don't care about filtering anything. I just want to see what's there. Here is a 27-inch. In fact, a lot of these are actually going for well over $1,000. Actually, we can just filter. Yeah, again, we can filter it just by the manufacturer. So here's Dell, and it's only going by this location only. We can filter it by which ones we want. So what's the maximum amount of RAM they've got? Well, we just gotta look and see what you best want. Here's the first all-in-one in their new Pro line. And then this is with the 16 gigs and 1 terabyte. This one's actually open box. Now this one's actually quite cheap in open box condition. But then we can change it to excellent, and then here we go. So this is the computer in excellent condition. And of course you got all your features here. And of course that's the intro video to the OS that's on the machine. And then this is the entire spec sheet of it. Base clock of 1.8 gigahertz. This is a 11th generation. And then SSD, PCIe, that's how it's all done. 16 gigabytes of DDR4. So I believe it comes with one stick of 16 gigabytes of RAM. And you could actually, yeah, I believe it actually, I think with all PCs, they come with one stick of RAM, and then you could throw another DDR4 stick inside to expand the storage, to expand the memory even further, like I did with the micro. Took out the 8 gigabyte stick and threw in the 16 gigabytes. In fact, one 16 gigabyte stick from each of the two new micros that they got. But although the size was reduced to 16 gigabytes on them both, that actually is enough to get the job done on both of them. I mean, what do they even need 32 gigabytes for? Like, what do they even need 32 gigabytes for? 16 gigabytes is more than enough for a new powerful PC. And I completely forgot what the storage was on them both. What was it, 1 terabyte? What were they, 1 terabyte? No, they weren't. They were like 512 gigabytes, I believe. I believe the storage on them both were 512 gigabytes. At least that's what I remember. But anyway, this one's actually the most powerful one out of all of them. 32 gigabytes of RAM, and has a 2 terabyte drive in it, and is in white. So I mean, you could do a lot. But do I want to spend $1,500 on this? Hell no. Hell no. I'm not spending $1,500 on an all-in-one PC. I mean, I could get just a standard desktop tower for much cheaper. But at the same time, I think about how good it is, to have a touchscreen monitor. But I've already experienced all-in-one PCs a lot. Alright, now we gotta head back to Phoenix again. We won't have to wait long for it. Alright, let's continue here. There's a screen issue. You see there's some dead pixels there. And there's what happened. See, there's a dent right there and a crack. Here's a 5415 that comes with 11 out of the box. Wow, that's powerful. 4.5 gigahertz. Now that's a very powerful machine for that price. But I'd rather make it 16 gigabytes or 32 gigabytes to take even more advantage of its power. Here's one with an 8th gen. Now this keyboard certainly did not come with the computer. But there's everything, there's the full spec sheet of it. There's only one 8 gigabyte stick of RAM inside of there. But of course you could add another, you can add more if you wish. Here's a 7460 V Pro 8th gen. This is in the blue color. This is the inside of it. This is cool. You get the inside. So there's your RAM. There's your NVMe drive. And there's the full, there's what Windows 11's, this is what the spec sheet is inside of Windows.
It's a Lizard VLC media player window.
10th gen Ultra 7. This is a Core 7. So, all in one. 16 gigs, Windows 11 Home, McAfee Premium. Here's an Inspiron 1 that's on 11 when it shouldn't be. That's a Windows 8 sticker. And there's some damage there at the top. That's a Legacy BIOS. Good condition on the drive. That's only a 3rd gen i5. Let's see if there's let's see if any iPhone 16s are already up on. Let's see if there's any iPhone 16s already on eBay. Oh my god, there already are. There's already a refurbished 16E.
Take me to the circus. VLC media player window.
Is that it? I believe this one is the aquamarine color. So here's another. This is a 256 gigabyte configuration 16E that has already been unlocked from Verizon. So it's been unlocked from all 3 carriers. You can put it on any carrier you want. Here's a regular 16 in black from T-Mobile, 128 gigs. This is another one of those listings of the unlocked 16s. Here's a iPhone 16e, 128 gigabyte base model from T-Mobile that has already been opened and unlocked. Not unlocked, but it's still locked to 0 cycle count, meaning the phone has never been used. Essentially meaning that the phone has never been used. Here's a 128 gigabyte 16 Pro that has been unlocked. And then here's a 16E, here's a 16 in pink. That's been refurbished and locked to T-Mobile. But then here's where you could get the iPhone 14 in all colors, and they've all been unlocked. So they're not tied to any carrier. You can just put in your SIM card, and here's an unlocked iPhone 14 in space gray, or no, space black. You can see it's already been reset because that's the setup of it. And there's one of the cases, and there's the version. You can see it's on iOS 26. So that probably tells me that that phone is running the iOS 26 beta. Here's a 14 Pro Max that is in excellent condition, and that is on T-Mobile or Metro. Here's a 16E that looks like it's being sold brand new. They only have it in a black and white color, and they have 128 gigabytes and 512 gigabytes. But of course, I expect those prices to drop once the iPhone 17 is announced. So I'm gonna wait till the iPhone 17 becomes available. I'll see what, I'm pretty sure Apple's gonna make the price very, I'm pretty sure iPhone is, so let's go ahead and activate the trade-in offer. Just to show you, just to give you all an idea as to what we're looking at here. So I could upgrade the storage to 256 gigabytes. I can get it for free, but I would have to get the base model. But if I would like to upgrade the storage to, again, so if I want to upgrade the storage to 256 gigabytes, I would have to pay, I would have to pay a separate fee. I would have to pay a fee. So essentially, you could get it for free. Or we could do the monthly financing and pay another $3 for the, just pay the monthly financing for the additional charge for additional storage. So if I'm just going to take basic video, then I think maybe 128 gigabytes might be good enough. It's just that I don't want to deal with 64 gigabytes because I can barely do anything with that kind of space. But you know what? 256 gigabytes, I could do a lot more with it. Especially if filming trains is something I want to go into. So I would need as much space as possible to store as many videos as I can. So I could, I mean, if I do end up going for the extra charge for the additional storage, I mean, that could make sense. I could go ahead and get the extra space. So since the fall keynote is next week, I'm gonna wait for the announcements, and then soon after the iPhone 17 is released, along with iOS 26, then that is when I will get my new phone. And I think it's for my 6th generation mini. I think it's gonna hold on for maybe like another two more versions of iOS before Apple drops support for it. And so it's still got a good few years left on it, so I made the most of it since it launched in 2021, and I needed a new iPad desperately. I mean, that Mini 4 had been causing me great pain, but I'm very happy for the move too, at the same time. But, and of course, my phone now will be part of the AI revolution. AI as in Apple Intelligence. You know, Google has Gemini, Microsoft has Copilot, and now Apple has Apple Intelligence. Meta has their own assistants, just named Meta. And what other AI? Well, there's so many other AI assistants out there, but I just wanted to name a few examples right out of the gate. of all these AI assistants and everything. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and get the virtual machine ready since we are getting close to getting started with Deal or No Deal here. So let's load up the VM and get it ready to start. We'll see what Brandon's up to tonight, and hopefully he will be able to join us. So hopefully he will be able to join us tonight. And then at the end of all of this, we'll, and of course we're going to play the Yahtzee game again. As remember, we've made Yahtzee part of our permanent replacement of games. And what is down the lane? Hendricks, Indiana? Hendricks, Indiana? Out of nowhere. Let's hope it doesn't cut off on me.
X marks the spot. VLC media player,
Dollar sign. Let's see, let's start the narrator in Windows 7. I don't think the Control-Shift-Enter key shortcut works under Windows 7. Yeah, because Microsoft doesn't introduce that kind of key combination until like Windows 8 or was it Windows 8 or did they introduce it? They did introduce it in Windows 10. I don't know if it was in Windows 8 or not. It probably wasn't in Windows 8 either. So. Alright. There we go. Alright. So, if you'll give me just a moment, I'll go say goodnight to my parents here as they're going to bed for the night. And then we'll get Brandon on the line. Alright. That has been taken care of. Ooh, it's playing inauguration. Cool. Alright, I don't know what Brandon is doing tonight, so should we just call the group or you know what? Let's try Brandon on his just by himself first, and then if we don't hear from him within 10 minutes, then we'll just call the group. And then if we don't hear anything within the following 10 minutes, then that will be it. So I don't know what Brandon's up to this evening. Really.
dress up, VLC media player window.
Okay. I don't know What is up with
Warning for southwestern Kent County, northern Bates County, until 10:30 p.m. At 9:59 p.m., near Archie, 47 miles northwest of Adrian, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles per hour in gusts and wind.
Is that really how it sounded?
At 9:59 p.m., near Archie, 7 miles northwest of Adrian.
And trees. Locations impacted.
Seriously? Okay. Okay, so let's give this product another go here.
The National Weather Service in Pleasant Hill has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Kent County, northern Bates County, until
I'm gonna keep trying until it's done properly.
the National Weather Service in Pleasant Hill has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Kent County, northern Bates County, until 10:30 p.m. At 9:59 p.m., near Archie, 47 miles northwest of Adrian, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles per hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Butler, Adrian, Archie, and Passaic. This includes Interstate 49 between mile markers 132 and 100. The National Weather Service in Pleasant Hill has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Kent County, northern Bates County, until 10:30 p.m. At 9:59 p.m., near Archie, 47 miles northwest of Adrian, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles per hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Butler, Adrian, Archie, and Passaic. This includes Interstate 49 between mile markers 132 and 153. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 10.
You know what? Actually, you know what? I'll count it as that. But I'm gonna take out the labels for your protection part. Because that one was cut off. Okay, so we're gonna try Brandon again. If we do not hear from him, so yeah, we're gonna try Brandon again in a few minutes. If we do not hear from him after those 10 minutes, then we'll just start the call in the Deal or No Deal group. And if we don't hear a response from anybody, then we are just gonna move straight on to Yahtzee. And then at that point, then Deal or No Deal will be completely axed from this week's lineup. But I mean, we do understand that you know people have other plans and other things going on and whatnot. So I mean, as much as we would like to have them here, I mean, as I said, they've got other things to do tonight, and sometimes they gotta be in bed early for work the next day. And everything like that. I'm sure the one line is asleep already, because I'm pretty sure he has a long day ahead of him. I'm pretty sure he has a busy day ahead of him tomorrow. But I'm gonna try to see if he's actually able to join us tonight. If not, oh well. But if not, that's okay. That's all right. All right. Now, here again is that list of words from my attempt at trying to play that name it and claim it scrambled word game. These are the two craziest words that I made. Here, let's play them again.
Krentrimte. Krentrimte. Nadaretmer.
Nadaretmer. Oh, I forgot the C. That's alright. So I didn't really use all 11 letters, but it's it's okay. Alright, so I got everything in there ready for tonight. And I probably should check the monthlies I should probably get the monthlies in for tomorrow too, so let's see. KCRE is Del Norte. I'm gonna let John handle that, and Orange County. And for Orange County, I'm just gonna let Cox handle it because it's usually part of Cox, Southern California. So I'll let Cox handle Orange County because they've been very reliable at that. So I did not hear any digital media replies. I don't think I have. We'll have to let me give my school's my college's Google Classroom type thing check. Oh wait, there were notifications. What the hell is this? For the fall combination reminder. Well, good thing to see it now while we're waiting for shows, to move on. Throw that away. Oh, here we go. Accommodation reminder. It was just a reminder to send the accommodations that I have if I haven't done so already. I actually did that not on the first week, but I did it the week before class started. Each of the classes started. All right, so I see we've come up on 10 minutes. Let's give let's see what John's relaying first. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. Alright, let me acknowledge everything else. Alright, let's go ahead and give Brandon another try. This is going to be the last chance before we try the group. And if we do not hear from the group, then we are just going to move, right along to Yahtzee. But I guess I wasn't paying attention earlier. Or maybe he was just too interested into the whole fiasco from earlier. Yeah, I figured he wouldn't respond, so. Yeah, I think it's probably too late. But I'm going to try the group. And if we don't hear anything, as I said, if we don't hear anything from the group, then that's it. Then we are done for tonight. And then that will be it for tonight. And we will, then we're just going to move straight into... I'm just going to move straight into Yahtzee with No Deal or No Deal episode. I know it's kind of a shame when we don't get to do that. But you know what's even better? We get to continue looking at stuff on eBay. That's even better. Look at this. An iPhone 5C in 8, 16, and 32 gigabytes. What terrible specs. They were doable back in the day, but not anymore in the modern age. This is all 5 colors. And I heard someone turned a 5C into something like a 6C or something. Or 6SC. And here's a 16E on Verizon in black. You can see the battery has this phone has barely ever been used, but there are some scratches. So we can go down here. Why does this say for parts are not working? That's interesting. If we go down to this device is for parts, Wi-Fi only, no cellular. Please see last photo and verify. So we just go down to the last photo, and we can see that is the IMEI number, and it is a SIM. It's SIM locked, so meaning that this phone is locked to Verizon. Here's a 15 plus, and we can choose. They have it in a blue color, although it doesn't look like it's very blue. It looks like more like turquoise. But then if we look at Apple's website, there's mention of the Mac for iPad and college, the iPhone family. There's the promo for the Apple event next week. And then you can see pretty much everything is now Apple Intelligence. So when you trade in iPhone 12 or higher, so well, that would be eligible. But let's see what would happen. Find your trade-in value. Well, let's try to find my trade-in value. My 10R is on this list. The phone is in good condition. Ooh, I could get a $90 credit toward an iPhone 16. That's cool. That the 16e is, of course, the cheaper option. Ooh, but it's a tough choice. Do I want a 16e, or do I finally want to go like the big boys and get the flagship? And get the flagship 16. The main flagship model. And we won't have to wait long again for the next one. Alright. Moving on then. We have the iPhone 5S in 16 gigabytes. This was actually my parents' old phone before they got the 6S. Here's all three colors. Here's a ultramarine iPhone 16. It looks like it's in blue. Do I want the ultra? You know what? I think it actually, I wonder if the ultramarine is like a shade of purple or something. Because that's to me what it looks like. So you know what? Let's wait till 10:25 and we'll try the group. If we don't hear anything from the group, then we're just going to call it quits. And we're just going to move on to Yahtzee. Or you know what? We'll just do it at 10:20 after I catch up with this. So, here's a black 16 on AT&T. This is a... So there's a lot of 16s that are unlocked. Here's an iPhone 16 that is unlocked from whatever carrier it is. And you can see some cracks on the display.
In the puzzle at that amount?
Oh my god. Here's a 16 Pro in Desert Titanium. And then here's an And then here's an iPhone. Here's iPhone 16, all of its colors. Now I wonder if the ultramarine. It kind of looks like it's a shade of blue or purple. You know what? I actually want it in the ultramarine color. It looks like it's. To me, it kind of looks like it. As I thought initially, it looked like a shade of purple, but to me, it actually looks like it's in a shade of blue. So that's actually the kind of. So that's actually the color I want, ultramarine. But of course, we can choose carrier. So of course, we do Verizon, 128 gigabytes, and aw, it's out of stock. That's a shame. But we can go back to Verizon's website. And change it to lowest price with trade-in. Trade-in save up to what? But then there's the comparison between all the phones they got. 16, 16 plus, 15, and 15 plus. So then there's all the colors. Then there's all of the, and then there's all the specs of it. iPhone with iOS 18. Well, it's gonna come that way out of the box, but actually it's gonna have, but yeah, it's gonna be quite impressive, the battery life. So that would finally pretty much phase out the lightning revolution that I have had for many years and move on to USB-C. So yeah, ultramarine, yeah, to me in one way it looks like a shade of purple, but to me it kind of looks like it's in a shade of blue. Yeah, it actually looks like it's in a shade of blue. So actually, yeah, I'm thinking ultramarine is going to be the color that I actually would like. So that's the kind of color I'd like. Now, where was that page that showed me where I could get a trade-in offer for an old phone, like for example, the iPhone XR. And get it fast. I'm guessing you could even view their coverage map here. I'm not going to enter my address in there. Hell no. But once it loads everything, look at all this coverage. This is crazy. How much covered Verizon is. There's a bunch of 5S's and 14s and 16Es and alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna finish playing catch up with everything. Okay. And here's a 16E in the 16 plus in the ultramarine color. So from what it looks like, yeah, it actually does look like it's in a shade of blue. We want 908. No, that's 943. Yeah, one side it looks purple, but then other hand it kind of looks like it's a shade of blue. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's in a shade of blue. This is the 128 gigabyte model. So if I go with the 128 gigabyte base size, then I would not pay anything for it. But do I want 128 gigabytes, or do I pay extra to go for 256? You know what? I'm thinking about going for 256. Yeah. But you know what? maybe 128 gigabytes will do. So I'll probably just do the 256 gigabytes and then I can get it for free with the same line. Oh my god, there's a 3GS. There's a 3GS in all of its colors. And this is on the 3G network. All we got is unlocked in AT&T, but of course this isn't even going to connect to anything anymore because everyone shut down all the 3G towers. Almost like with you know the ending of analog television. There's the 16E. There's a 16 Pro on AT&T with a broken front camera. Let's see, 49 cycles. And then this is where the so this is Apple's parts and service. So you can do your repairs on the phone yourself if you buy genuine Apple parts. So if you buy genuine Apple parts, and of course that's a nice thing. There's that feature that can calibrate all those parts with the phone, and verify their authenticity with Apple. Which is pretty interesting if I do say so myself. Oh. Well, let me just take one of the iPhone 16s and show you what the secondary has chosen. If it loads all the way. There we go. Yep. There it is. That's what woke me up this morning. I beat it by a fraction of a second this morning, by the way. Yeah, I beat it by literally a fraction of a second. I'll just set it down there in the corner. I'll go ahead and close these so these do not hog the system even more. Alright, let's get these in order here. And I probably should pull the IEM thing up on the screen. And I know the Lendpoint is a... Let's see.
The National Weather Service, 814.
Alright, so this one came before. 807, so yes, it was 808.
Floor of a building.
Okay, and then this one at 58 seconds. This is the Kansas City warning. Now, with there being a watch, I could rename the whole thing to the next severe weather event installment out of like 100 and something. Okay. We've hit 10:25, so he is offline at the moment, so did I try it for a few seconds before? I did. Alright, let's try so this is it, last try. We're going to try the group, and if we do not hear anything from the group, then that will be it. We will officially call it off from there. So yeah, I suppose both are really busy with stuff tonight. They probably can't find time. Okay. All right. We got no response, so that's it. So unfortunately, no Deal or No Deal this week. As much as I hate to say it. So I'm gonna go ahead then and switch out the disc. Oh, I didn't need to worry about that because I would have had to switch the disc out anyway. Alright, so then we can just go ahead and load Yahtzee right away because it doesn't need the disc. And we'll just close these Audacity clips to save even more space, considering they're already hogging the system storage. So here we go, we're going to play versus the computer, normal difficulty, and here we go. Go first. Yeah, let's try to go for the small straight. Close enough. The 6 is going to give us the higher score, so we'll mark the 6s off. I should be keeping the IEM on standby. Yeah, Topeka's done, Wichita's done. I didn't see Jackson do anything today. Oh, we got 2 pair. Let's go for a full house. We got the full house. Beaver Island and surrounding islands. That's an interesting name. So I think we will be able to play 2 rounds. And then we have to get the Verizon set up for tonight, immediately afterwards. We got the full house already, so let's go for the Yahtzee. And we didn't do it, so we have time. Oh, it still qualifies for the small straight. Good. Also, is that why Paducah never did their evening test, or did they do it without me? Oh, we got the full house again. But we're still gonna go for the Yahtzee. There it is. Let's mark it down. Yeah. I found a video of the complete history of Windows Update. How it evolved since Windows 95 going into the present day with 10 and 11. How crucial it is now in the modern age of the internet and everything. I got the 3 of a kind, but I've already marked that off, so we'll score 2s. Oh, looks like I'm already closer to the large straight. Nope, doesn't qualify for it. So I have to mark the highest one, we'll mark off chance. for 4 of a kind. Okay, got the 4 of a kind, so I'll mark that off. And I've actually got the lead right now. Let's see what we got here. 2 4s. I think we can. I believe the 5 will also make it qualify. No, it doesn't qualify for large straight. I'll just mark off the 3. Mark off the highest scoring. Oh, there we go. Nearly got it. That's only 6. Mark off. Alright, we're gonna have to cross off the 1s. I have to cross something. Let's just cross off the 4s. Oh, there we go. Finally got the large straight. So I guess whatever the 5s come up, that's going to be the last number we can mark off. So that'll be the last thing that we mark off, and then that'll be the end of the game. So. We just want 5s. Nothing. Okay, just mark it off. It's there. You've achieved a high score. Yes, I have. Alright, one more time. Same players. Oh, there's the end of that flash flood warning that I tried to get. What I mean by that is it expired just now. Let's mark off the 6s because that's going to give us a higher total. Let's try for full health. Nope. But before I even go on resetting the station, let me see if WCNO even works. Huh. Okay, it still doesn't work. I'll take it off so it doesn't continuously reconnect. So it doesn't continuously try to reconnect. Alright, we can mark off 3 of a kind, although Probably should have waited for that. Yeah, probably should have waited for a better time to mark down the 3 at a time. Then it would have had a higher score. But it's alright. Here we go. Now let's mark off the chance. Yeah. I kind of feel bad that I waited this long for oh, nearly got the actually that does end up qualifying for small straight, so we'll knock that off instead. Almost had the Yahtzee. I'll just mark the ones off for now and just wait for a better number to come up. At least this will give me some time to, you know, practice some good strategies for the game before we even begin taping the series in the spring. That's currently the plan. Ooh, there we go. Got the large straight. So mark that off. Catching up, but I'm still falling behind. Listener 0. Genre various, which I can't really change for some reason. Currently playing the Fun Around song. That's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, I've already marked down large straight. What did I not mark down yet? Yeah, let's try for full house. There we go, full house. Mark that down. Let's see, we've only got a 4. There's a couple 2s, but yeah, let's try to go for at least a 4 or 5. Oh wait, we still didn't mark down 4 of a kind yet. I've already marked down full house, so I can't mark it down twice. Oh, this is a tough decision. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cross one of them off. Rickroll lyrics and voice in the channel names. Oh goodness. Alright, we'll try for 4 of a kind. Okay, I guess we have to mark down 5s then. So I guess then it's down to 4 of a kind and chance. Okay, I had it earlier. There we go. 3. And there's our 4 of a kind. I'm gonna wait for it to replay. Frost Advisory in September. Wow, that's rare. Now we're going for Yahtzee. This is our only chance at it. Nope, we didn't get it. Alright. Crossing off Yahtzee. Yep. Alright, well, that was good. So we'll exit the game. And it glitch exits in spectacular fashion. I'll go and shut it down. Okay, this should be the one I missed. That's exactly the one we want. Alright. Well, let's get the Verizons ready to go while we're at it. Alright, so who's left tonight? 5, 6, 7, 8, 11... I don't think 14 went yet. 5, 7, 8, 14, and 9. 5. No, it's 5, 7, 8, 9, and 14. Okay, so it's just those. Alright. So 902. Wait, we don't do 902. We do 901. There we go. I almost completely forgot that VHO6 tested last night and my logger never picked it up. My other iPad never picked it up. Well, it was recording, but the storage ran out. Yeah, that's probably, as I said, that's going to be most likely a big factor to consider. Wait, what is this? ES participant is issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Bates? No, I don't see anything for that. That's probably just a manual origination, so we already got it off of NWR natively, so we're going to ignore that second copy. So we're gonna ignore that second copy. I'll keep that. I'll keep that on the display for a little bit. Maybe I'll just get all these organized. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the final hour here of tonight's show. But let me make sure that I have everything. Okay. All right. So in just a moment, we're going to continue with the eBay scavenger hunt. But before we do that, I want to make sure that I got everything. But wow, I'm surprised there were so many stations that actually ended up testing today. I'm actually surprised. I see WPSL ended up testing. I'm gonna go take care of that. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it here. Yep, I think that's it. Alright, so we'll go over and take care of PSL. What about Comcast? And that was the last one of that crazy spam or something like that. Alright, let's go take care of PSL, and then we will get on with the final proceedings. For some reason, I'm getting kind of warm after turning the fan off. I don't know why, but it could probably be because of the proximity of my room to the garage, and you know how my room actually gets much warmer than the rest of the house does in the summer. Alright, and that is the only other test, so... And like I said, I got that one live, so... So, let me put it in the spot where it belongs. That happened... when did that happen? 10:01? Yeah, 10:01 p.m. was when this one happened, as it goes by Universal Coordinated Time. And there's still parts of WJON's logs that have not fixed that issue yet. He said he was going to fix the issue. Months have passed, and he still hasn't. But you know what? It doesn't matter if it's UTC or not. I don't care if the logger's in UTC, although I would prefer it in Eastern Time or Central Time or whatever other more accurate time zone. I at least can still get an idea of what time it was sent out, because it literally shows it right then and there. So at least that makes the conversion process from Universal Time to Central Time much more easier. Alright, so now that we are caught up with everything, and we got everything that we needed, we are about ready here to wrap up our Friday damn it, I'm saying the wrong words. We're about to wrap up our Wednesday show. Well, we will in just a little bit here. Let me go ahead and unplug. Damn it, I keep forgetting to turn that freaking seahorse off. I keep forgetting to turn it off. I don't know why. It's probably my mind going nuts over something random. But anyway, what was I going to check my phone for? Oh yeah, the replies. That's going to be the first thing I'll take care of tomorrow. That's the first thing I'll take care of tomorrow. But we're going to talk about tomorrow's schedule in just a moment here. Number one class. Let's see here. To-do. Well done, your to-do list is empty. Time to recharge. Let's see, notifications. We want... What is it? Digital discussion post. Oh, here we go. Discussion post 3. Let's see. I want to check really quickly and see if any replies have showed up. Oh, there are replies. Wow, there were a lot of them today. Alright, so that will be the first thing I do tomorrow, and then that discussion question from my other class, and that should bring everything up to date. Then at that point, that should bring everything pretty much up to date. But wow, there certainly have been a whole lot of tests today. I mean, wow, from radio stations and everything. But speaking of which, yeah, one more time, let me show you all the words I came up with for the letters from today's name it and claim it scrambled word game on WMBS, and I was thinking, well, we'll probably make this like a new permanent fixture of our show. You know, we'll make it a new edition this season, where we'll get the letters for the name and claim it scrambled word game, and as we go through the weeklies, I'll probably think of some words, and maybe I'll just show you my findings. We'll probably just build out the list. During each show and whatnot. Although I am kind of, at the same time, I'm actually kind of glad that the other Verizons didn't test, because I didn't know that the space was low, because I took care of everything on my main device as opposed to all the other ones. So, all right. So, but at the same time, I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get to do Deal or No Deal this evening. What we could have done a solo game, just myself, but you know what? But you know what? At the same time, they've got other things to do. I know Yalek's gotta be in bed early. I'm sure he's asleep right now, so I'm not gonna try and bother his ass anymore. I'm just gonna leave his ass alone and just let him get his sleep that he needs. I surely am gonna need some sleep for sure, because I only got 6 hours of sleep last night. That was because of how long that freaking Barry and Enright Cup stream lasted. Well, it actually started quite late. It started at like 1:45 to midnight. And well, if it started at like 10:30 or something, then it probably would have been over and I would have been in bed at like midnight, and then it would have gotten the 7 hours that I needed. But I certainly am going to get a lot more time tonight. 8 hours, in fact. And then for Saturday, it's usually the weekend where I get a lot more sleep, where I usually get a lot more sleep time. But, oh boy, I just saw a flash phone warning come up.
The National Weather Service in Phoenix has issued a flash flood warning for Maricopa County in south central Arizona until 10:45 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. At 8:54 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 0.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Phoenix, Mesa, Chandler, Scottsdale, Gilbert, Tempe,
And Springfield has allowed the watch to expire.
Riverview Mall, Arizona State University, Downtown Mesa, Arizona Mills Mall, Poplico Park, and Guadalupe. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when
And I see that a storm warning has been allowed to expire.
the national
Okay, cut off the 10:50 signal there. Okay. So, before we get on with any final things here, before we wrap things up tonight, let's see how we already got the things. So, Accurate got that surprise severe thunderstorm warning off of KC74, along with the weekly from this morning, which I played by mistake. I was supposed to save it for later, well, especially now, but oh well. And then this is the Wilmington Weekly. And then Blackford County ran the IntelliStar 1 simulator with severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And then Texas Gulf Coast got the Fort Worth evening test. He missed the morning test, but he got the evening one. But he did get the Houston weekly off of WWG 40, KGG 68, and KJY 78, and KWWJ also. So we got it on all those stations. And then Landon's did a comparison between the Spectre Alert Classic and the Spectre Alert Advance. And I can tell the difference. And then EAS Mississippi uploaded today's weekly. It is certainly not going to get that warm any longer here in Chicago, unfortunately. And then once again the surprise WSBT weekly test.
This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
And then Storm Wyatt did a test with his Nikon P1000 camera with a few of his radios and a few scanner too. Oh, he was the same guy whose last video was the oh, and here was the KDO89 test. He got it on KDO89, and he did it on that station because he got better reception. He responded to that in a comment that somebody. Should probably watch. I should be watching Phoenix. I should keep an eye on the Verizons too. So we should see if the rest of the clusters go. It's usually 11 and 14 that have been quite difficult because those two usually wait till like the last few days of the week to do it. So, next week's Wednesday show is actually going to be my, we're going to call it my 21st birthday bash. We're going to call it that. I'll talk a bit more about how that's going to go in a little bit after we finish all this stuff. Oh yeah, he was the same guy who did the video of the bird. So great, maybe that bird is going to become as famous as some of the, as famous as Mr. Max the Lolican, Barney the West Coast Cockatoo, or even the Hideki Utsumi birds. Maybe. And Chev EA's got the Gray and Norton weeklies. The Boston and Gray weekly tests. But later on, earlier, he actually made a brief video on. He was actually involved in a. Well, I'm not going to say, but he was involved in a. He was involved in a dangerous situation at his college. He was on the opposite side of the campus, I believe he said, but the thing is, I'm glad he's okay, and I'm glad the college took the proper actions and kept everybody else safe. So I'm glad he made it. I'm glad he's okay, but we don't know much more details about it. But I heard it was all over the news. I have not seen it come up on any of my news feeds today, but I will have to. Maybe I'll probably if I come across it at some point. Maybe I come across it tomorrow when I'm just scrolling through the news feed on the widgets at random, or something. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. In the meantime, continuing on with the weeklies here. So here's the first. I see Thunder Buddy is finally taking action to reduce the cost of the electric bill. So, yeah, I mean, with, I don't know, like 100, 200 radios at once, yeah. I mean, he was looking at a very, very expensive electrical bill for the past, I don't know, maybe the past decade or so. Yeah, he's been looking at a really big, really expensive electrical bill, and that is not a good sign. That is not good at all. That's why that's why I turn off some of my radios when there's no severe weather events. Ongoing, but only some of the ones that have like logger or time management capabilities. It's only those that I keep on, but all the other radios I just turn off for the sake of just saving electricity and everything like that, and only have on what we need on. Like for example, our Plainfield TV 24/7 computer. I have to keep that on so that way we can have our station continue to run, or WPLD's server, and then of course I still got to print out a label for all three machines. The main the travel server, the secondary server. I still gotta make labels for all of those. I still gotta do that. I have yet to find time. So, but due to single issues, only WXM 80 and WXG 42 where it counted. But then this was the separate, this was the separate video. So he actually uploaded the New York City test in two separate videos, one from his room, and the second from his main room, or one from his office, which he got the KW35 test on his DAS deck. And then there was the Mount Holly test that he got later on as well. I see whether Mario, finally is back to doing. But I think this is probably going to be the only weekly we're going to see from him for quite a while. But I see he's got a new setup, which is kind of interesting. This is a pretty interesting looking setup, but of course he got it on. Of course he got it on KC83. Another warning from Indianapolis, and I bet Accurate 2028 is being awoken right now. Once the stream syncs. Yep, there we go. At least there's actually somebody that monitors Indianapolis, at least. And there we go. 605 has expired. So 605 has expired. But with this being a small event, I'm still gonna categorize it as weekly test Wednesday. Oh great, I see EAS 15 took my Smaznug idea. And another one from Phoenix. And of course, none of our compilations can be complete without our daily dose of New Hampshire. Okay, so the warning got issued first before the demo. So I'm going to do the warning. I'm gonna go and put in. Well, let's put all three of these in before we even march on with whatever. But I'm also thinking about what we're gonna fill in the final 45 minutes, doing here. So. And then but before we do that, we'll talk about tomorrow and, how tomorrow's going to go and whatnot, so. I'm sure we're going to see Accurate's upload soon. And there we go. Okay, let's continue. He also got the Environment Canada monthly and weekly. The monthly came first. A live Rickroll on his stream. Like 18 minutes in. Dang. And then, of course, here was the...
It is another week. Happy September.
Of course, we got the State College Weekly this morning.
Recon failed.
Well, good to know I wasn't the only one. Southern PA's recon failed as well. Mine did also. So, So, he's going to do the State College test outside? Interesting. And then Carolina Elevators got the Wilmington Weekly on KHB 31. KSN, I'm guessing that's a specially branded W. Yep, there we go. KSN Weather Lab. That's a special decorated version. Is that a version 1 or is that a version 2? It's either 1 or 2, one of those versions. But he got the Wilmington Weekly test with that and his 50 gazillion other radios. Oh my gosh, if he keeps filling his room up with all that stuff, he might end up with, he's probably going to end up with an unaffordable electrical bill. Almost like when Rolling Acres Mall closed because the property could no longer afford any sort of power. That's why Rolling Acres Mall closed permanently years ago. I actually learned that from the abandoned episode on that building, but it was kind of interesting to watch too. Okay, now to switch to the other channel and do all that. So here we go. This one is Cleveland's Weekly from Ohio Sirens. Hi there, kitty. Little kitty, you're so cute. You're just watching all the chaos unfold right in front of your very eyes. If I remember not to make myself miserable, I gotta be careful when I touch that kitty. What is that? Missed dinner in the cafeteria? So he ordered Domino's instead. But I hope you enjoyed it. Chester's famous some logos. What's this? And then he also got the
test day. Typically, I have a math class during this time, but no, there's a big test today, so I'm just skipping on the class because I'm taking the test later on the day. This was suggested specifically by the instructor, so.
So yeah, he got the Charleston Weekly, which we're not going to see too much of that from him for a while because of the, well, you know, because of school and everything. Oh boy, Comcast is back in full force, but we'll get back to it. Weather scan emulation. Very terrible local on the 8th thing. That we did. Yoshi fan got the weekly. Papa's Cheeseria.
Envelopes are basically closers.
Then part 4 is his car ride. And there was all the convective outlooks. Federal Signal 2001. Ooh. That does not sound good. There was no. And then Imperial County posted all of his stuff from yesterday. And then you got the flash forwarding off of KFI. And the short cap deck stream. I was actually trying to see if I could get that working yesterday, but I had no luck. Okay, so now let's go ahead and go back on that one Comcast, put that in, and then we will get on with the proceedings here. Wait, what happened to the other oh, there we go. Well, that's really all the viewers are just seeing. They're just seeing all the Verizons on the screen, and that's it. So that's really all they're really seeing. They gotta fix this freaking overlay because it's been stuck at 0 minutes for. Oh, this one already moved on. But this one, on the other hand, hasn't reloaded because it's still displaying the song that it was on like almost an hour ago. I think there seems to be a pattern with my station. Well, with the secondary. I don't know what it is, but I think but if I remember, I believe it chooses to play the Flutter Realm song, I think like every 2 hours or so. Yeah, I think it was like every 2 hours. Oh yeah, there we go. Accurate uploaded the Severe Thunderstorm warning that we just got earlier. So, yeah. Alright. So, we have... I was about to say everything. Only for Phoenix to issue something else. But, I guess we can move on with the proceedings.
Nadaratmer. Krentrimte. Nadaratmer. 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 Nadaratmer.
Nadaratmer.
Krentrimte. Krentrimte.
Let's try it slower.
Krentrimte.
Creme trite. Okay. Oh, and another one from Indianapolis. It just won't stop coming. Yeah, you're a bit too late. Yep. Yep, you've unfortunately missed the show.
Well, I missed it, didn't I?
Of course you did.
Damn it, I missed it again. I'm so stupid. Why is this Cornetto thing you need?
And Phoenix is still driving their people nuts, issuing stuff like... They've been issuing stuff over and over again for a while. And Indianapolis is jumping into the mix now, too.
So what did Brendan win?
No, he didn't even... I tried him twice. He didn't answer. We didn't even do a game at all.
Oh, man, that sucks.
Yeah, it does. Alright, so now that we're pretty much all caught up with everything, I guess we might as well...
I gained like 40 new subscribers. That's weird.
Why don't we see... Let's see what kind of water parks are in Detroit. Why don't we look at some water parks there? The Turtle Cove Family Aquatic Center. Why don't we start here? And there's that bucket. That big giant bucket.
The internet's going down, I think. I don't know.
There's another view of it. Oh, here's a video of the whole structure in action. It didn't catch the bucket itself going down though, dumping everything. Is this this even the right one?
It's a yellow pulsation. Yes, we know.
No, it's not the right one.
Subscriber.
This should be the view of the bucket.
What subscriber?
No, it's not the bucket. These are just some random views of the bucket, and none of these I don't think ever caught the bucket tipping over. I don't think it ever caught the bucket tipping over.
I don't understand why with so many freaking people decide. So stupid.
Oh, great. Now we're going to deal with Springfield next. After we get this product from Phoenix. Up next, Zender's Splash Village.
I hope that there's no spam account subscribing to me. That would suck.
And there's the Deal or No Deal arcade game. Oh, dang it. Maybe we should have done that instead.
What?
But it's alright.
How do I gain subscribers from my nonsense videos? I have like 47 subscribers. It doesn't make any sense.
Let's see. Let's see. Does
Why?
Elden work? It does. At least we can wait. At least we don't have to wait long because Springfield knows how to repeat stuff. That's only the statement, so. So here's one of the pools. This one's just a standard. This one's just a standard swimming pool, but at least they've bordered everything. But yeah, there's some of the fountains there. Here's just the standard swimming area. Looks almost like a Great Wolf Lodge, except it's something more.
Wait, what type of SDR is that?
Okay, it doesn't look like it has taken it. It doesn't look like it has taken it yet because that's the forecast. So we'll wait a few more minutes, see if it takes it. Because I know I'm on the right transmitter. Because it says it serves Marie's and Miller, and that's where this warning is for. Welcome to Bronner's, the world's largest Christmas store. Let's see if we can do a... Yay, we can do a 360 view of a water park view room. This is pretty interesting. And then here's the water park. This is all those buckets that tip over.
Oh yeah, look at that praying mantis just... The whole praying mantis is just eating the crap out of that bee. Holy crap! Wasp!
Well, I haven't, well, I'm not seeing it from my point of view, but of course that's because I'm talking about all these water parks and everything. We were looking at a whole bunch of water parks earlier in the show, especially in Washington State, around the Richland area, because I heard about how it's going to get scorching hot there over the next few days. I heard it's...
Yeah, and so is in California where Green Spots is living.
Yeah, so a lot of the Pacific Northwest and California are gonna be scorched in the heat.
Yeah, these things.
Yeah, I don't think it took it. Yeah, it didn't take it. I don't know what transmitter it's even on, but I'm not gonna bother trying that again. So let me go ahead and add these in. So this is that first warning. Actually, this is one of the latest ones. And then this one was from Indianapolis. There we go. Alright, and then Windsor International Aquatic and Training Center. And then here's what looks to be the water park. The indoor splash park. What kind of views can we get? This is of its construction. And this is it fully done. Presented by WFCU Credit Union. And then the Troy Family Aquatic Center. There's a playground right there. There's the Lazy River. And then what else have we got?
Shoes.
All these things. And then the concession stand. Another little play area there. And then this is what it looks like during the off season. And then here was doggy days where the dogs, enjoy the water. I guess that's actually what the time is, what it's current, this time of year right now. It's considered the doggy days of summer, where the dogs get to enjoy the water. I've only seen a few water parks do that. And then here's Rolling Hills. This is what it looks like when it's closed for the season. Yeah, that's what it looks like when it's closed for the season. And then here's one of the... This is the splash pad. And that's a playground. And then that's the main. And then here's some of the fountains that in this photo do not appear to be on. This is the splash pad. Again, there's just a picture of that same video. And then there's some more. And there's a fountain there that's running. And then there's the cute dog there. An aerial view of the entire facility. So there's the entire splash pad with the playground, water slide, lazy river. That's the main pool. What is this one? September. This was mostly during doggy days. Yeah, this was when they hosted the doggy day thing where all the dogs get to enjoy the pool. And another warning from Indianapolis. Yeah, that's that. And then this place is just called Splash Park.
What?
It's just called Splash Park on Google Maps.
Yeah, I'm just referring to something else on the website I'm on. Signal.
And then Splash Universe. This one has that giant playground. And we can see how giant it is if we go 360. That is an absolutely giant structure.
yeah, the weekly test Wednesday. And look at that water park. Oh my god. How do you get inside access, dude?
Well, this
For
is
Apple Maps?
I'm looking at 360 imagery, and there happens to be 360 imagery from inside of the building. Well, in select places there are
Oh my god.
you
it's
can
so weird.
you can look at 360 imagery from inside of the complex.
Wait, what program is this?
This is on the Google Maps website.
Oh my gosh. How come I can't do that?
I've been doing this kind of stuff for years. So, anyway, here we have some of the get the kitty slides. I mean, yeah, you could look at pretty much anything you could. Forests. Even you could even drive on the highway on Google Maps Street View. You can do a lot of it. I've done.
Wait, can you do it on mobile? No, you can't do it on mobile, can you?
Well, yeah, not on Google Maps Mobile, but there is a site, instantstreetview.com, I believe it is. That you can do Street View on mobile.
That's gotta be weird.
Yeah, you can't do Street View on Google Maps website on mobile, but you can do it on the Instant Street View. You can do it on the instantstreetview.com site. This is from December 2016. Then here's their arcade. This is
360 view, man. That's wow.
Yeah, we can look inside the arcade, but obviously these pictures have actually not been updated for almost a decade now, so some of these games may have been moved around or removed altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that one right there, Speed Demon, then Deep Freeze, the ticket thing. Oh yeah, the Tower of Power. And there's the Deal or No Deal arcade game that wasn't working at the time these pictures were taken. Here's their prize area. And then there's just a bunch of claw machines. There's a long line of skee balls. There's Fishbowl Frenzy without the marquee. Interesting.
Marquee.
Hammerhead and a SpongeBob spin game, Slam Winner.
SpongeBob.
Yep. There actually is a Paw Patrol spin game now.
Oh my god.
I mean, I've seen a bunch of those from the 360 imageries of Chuck E. Cheese's and stuff.
Ski ball.
Here's a Splash and Blast. This looks like part of a This looks like parts of a 4th of July fireworks show.
It's actually spelled S-K-E-E. Ski ball.
Yeah, Splash and Blast is just it's a large splash pad that doesn't have any buckets or anything. The Gold Rush Indoor Water Park. Cool. You can ride on a mechanical bull. And this is their arcade. And there's actually more to it. There's even indoor miniature golf that's like all decorated in neon. Oh my gosh, I haven't been inside one of those in years. In indoor mini golf. And then there's that.
There's gotta be some really cool skee ball machines.
Hey, here's one example. This is just part of the mini golf course. But no 360 imagery here. But of course they did leave some videos of the place. The Wooden Nickel Arcade. So yeah, there's that. And the Dunworth Pool and Water Park. So there's what looks like a sports themed place. And Not sure what was going on here in August of 2020, but they did close up the pool for that entire process.
Wait, you're still streaming, right?
Of course
Or
we
you done
are.
with it?
Of course we're still live.
I just want to make sure. And
Yeah.
Jalen County, Platform Island.
Yep.
I miss that. But who cares?
Yep. Keep gate closed. I will. I will keep the gate closed. Let's see what else we got here. Waterford Oaks. Temporarily closed. Well, yes, it's temporarily closed. It's too cold outside. It's too cold outside.
Baby, it's cold outside.
Yeah, and there's the bucket there at the top. And was this a BMX bike race or something? Like BMX junior bike racing? That's interesting. And this is the... There's actually more than just... What does it say? Wedding venue. And where are we leaving here? Yeah, this looks like a... What even is this building? Activity center. Let's see, what other... there's a husky. A husky dog. What other 360 imagery do we have? What is there? Cafeteria, and... That looks like a raft full of ice. But... What else have we got? Well, I guess this is all we get. This is the main entrance. So... Of course, Great Wolf Lodge in Traverse City. Water Warrior Island. Important announcement. We are truly heartbroken to share this news. Due to ongoing construction and continued delays that are completely out of our control, we are pausing operations at Water Warrior Island for the time being.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, this is in January when they returned, and then they announced that they would not reopen for the season this year. One of the best lakes I've ever visited in Flint. This is like that one... I think this actually is that water park structure in like northwest Indiana, right off of one of the Lake Michigan beaches.
Yeah.
So let's change it to... Let's switch it to Gary, Indiana, and it'll be probably the first entry. Here we go. Woe Zone at Wehala Beach.
Wehala Beach.
And then here's the... And then there's the view of the Chicago skyline from the sands of the beach there. You actually could see the Chicago skyline on clear days from this part of northwest Indiana. But even still, I'm mind blown that someone was able to see the Chicago skyline all the way from Michigan several times. Oh yeah, Deep River Water Park. We can open up their website too. There's not much here. But then we could look at their calendar and see all the events here. As soon as it loads all the way. Yep, there we go. Monday the 1st, and that's it. That's all they've got. And then I saw Wilmington, Ohio decided to issue something now. I remember what station I used. Oh yeah, this one. Should be the correct one. Okay. But yeah, there were two of the crazy words I came up with the letters from today's Name and Claim It Scrambled Word Game on WNBS.
Crentreamte.
Crentreamte.
Crentreamte. Crentreamte. Crentreamte. Nataretmer.
Nataretmer. Nataretmer.
Nataretmer.
Nataretmer. Nataretmer. Nataretmer. Nataretmer. Crentreamte. That's great. Here's the Green Lake Family Aquatic Place. Ooh, somebody caught the bucket tipping over from the outside of the park. How spectacular.
That's so stupid.
Let's see what else we got. What else? Freedom Springs, Pine Lake. I don't think we've looked at the Pine Lake water park yet.
So many water parks. Oh my goodness.
And there's the water bucket. So there's that water bucket right there at the top of the thing, and then there's the other. This one's the chlorinated section of the water park, and then this is the actual lake itself. That's just some rules before entering the area of that. There's the Murphy Aquatic Center with a large playground structure and that big bucket at the top. And this looks like a fairly new facility because I can see how modern it looks. It kind of looks like this place had actually just opened or something from 2023. Well, why don't we look at previous Street View imagery to see how long this place actually has been there. So this is 2024, 22, 2019. Yeah, this is what it was before. Just whatever the structure is. And this is what stands today. A water park.
Another water park.
Lots of water parks. Washington
So
Township.
many.
Here's Washington Township, Indiana. There's a playground there. Not very spectacular, and then that splash pad. Indy Island Aquatic Center. It's an indoor park. How exciting is this going to be? Quite exciting. It's an octopus. And this looks like an aquarium. Actually, like ocean kind of themed. So there's all the fishes there, the octopus. Palm tree is a mushroom fixture or something. Then this other playground structure that looks almost like the one at the Splash Station Joliet before it closed years ago. Except there weren't any of these palm tree fixtures anywhere. And we can actually look inside the place, but not much though. And there's a bulletin board with all the pool rules on it. This was as of February of 2018. And here's the concessions.
All right, Careful, I'm gonna get going. It's midnight and 48 minutes.
Well, here in midnight 48 minutes on the East Coast, and it's almost midnight here in Chicago. So.
Yo, alright. Sorry I didn't get to call you.
But
During the...
yeah, I understand you were busy with other things, but
Yeah.
but
See ya, bye-bye.
okay.
Oh, I can't freaking...
Oh, there you go. And that was his final words. Okay. All right. So there we go. We at least got to talk to him. So at least we got to talk to him, which was kind of good. Okay, so we have 10 minutes left here of our time tonight, of our time together. I'm kind of thinking about renaming the video, but now that we know that WCNO does not work, I'm going to actually extend the compilation to 12:10 a.m. to include WRCH, and that will be the last one. I'll never close that Phoenix test there. Okay. Splashpad Open Noblesville. And yeah, that splash park surely doesn't look exciting, doesn't it? Alright, so what else can we let's see what arcade now let's see if there's any arcades we can find. Let's see if there's any in Peoria. Let's look at Peoria, Illinois. 8-bit arcade. So yep, it's just as you expect. Downtown Peoria with some arcade games. Press Play Gaming.
Press play.
Just a bunch of VR headsets and other things like that. And then what else have we got? Escape Town. The Ultimate Tan. And yeah, nothing exciting there. Cartville. This is more than just a go-kart venture. There's actually more to it than just that. Because I also saw in the picture that there's mini golf. So yep, that's cool. There's miniature golf. And dune buggies. And does this place have arcades? It does, because I filtered it by arcade, so it should be pictures of an arcade. I guess there isn't. Emma's Eatery, Tilted 10. Yeah, this one's going to be a little more exciting. Let's look at the 360 imagery. So this actually used to be... This actually looks like it used to be Mace. This looks like it actually used to be a Macy's. And then briefly around 1. And now it's a Tilted 10. So that is interesting. Let's go back to the building here. So here's when they were setting. Here's when they were setting things up. And then there it is. You can see the label scar around 1. And then here's what Tilted 10 looks like. So yeah, here's just a video of the inside of the building with all the, you can see a lot of the modern games, but of course a few other favorites too. There's their pizza. This is where you go to, you know, fill up your arcade card with credits and stuff, and a whole bunch of other fun activities there. There's that Jurassic Park game. That's the card they give you. What else have we got? Pays to play it. Twisted it. Tilt. Twisted Tilt. Tilted 10. I am screwing up the names here. Oh, there's a Pizza Ranch here. There's an arcade in there. We had a 360 view of the Shorewood location. Now let's see what this one looks like. So there's where you get your drinks. There's more over here. All the seating areas. There's your buffet. And let's see how far we can go. Yeah, they got a lot of space here for stuff. Now, I don't know if it's all Pizza Ranches that have arcades or it's just this one. Well, yeah, actually some Pizza Ranches have arcades. And actually, some Pizza Ranches have full-fledged arcades inside of them. Others do not. So this, unfortunately, probably isn't one of them. The bunkhouse is not an arcade, so that's kind of neat. Okay, think that's enough now of looking at all of these things. So then I guess we are about done here. So I'll go ahead and switch this to offline to signal that we are just about done here with our program this evening. And it took WCKA correctly. Nice. Alright. So, let's go ahead and throw this guy in. Alright, and now to, oh, and I gotta take me TDFM off for here too, because they tested today as well. And this is so I don't have to go and, keep on changing stuff and whatnot, so. Okay, alright. There we go. That is in there, and that's it. Alright. So everything's all in there and all set to go. We're starting to see the warnings finally begin to expire. So yeah, I guess that's a pretty crazy way to end this saga of things. Well, Tom and Ben News, unfortunately, the end has come. Yes, the end has come on our show. At least we enjoyed being with you today, of course, as always, and we'll have you two back next week. Yep. We will, of course, have them back on our next little show. Alright, so with the time remaining, let me actually get WPSU going. Before I do that, let me check and make sure everything is in the correct place, in the correct order, everything's properly trimmed, because I don't want to find out that I forgot to trim off a song and it results in a copyright claim. So it's best that I check, make sure everything's in the right order, and everything's where they need to be, and all of that. That's the beginning of the mountain. Time zone. That's the start of the horizon. Okay. Alright. So there we go. The compilation is all set. Let me go ahead and start up WPSU. Okay. So I'll have WPSU going just in case they end up testing tonight. Just to see if they do. Alright. So we are just about done here with our weekly test Wednesday show here for this week. So pretty much as of now, the final postponement order is... Oh, is it dead? Oh no, it's not. The stream just went There we go. Okay, perfect. So here's the final postponement order. Topeka, Lincoln, Sioux Falls, Green Bay, and Shreveport. Now I don't know if Sioux Falls even went. I did not see them do it. So, but of course, by rule, we're going to keep monitoring them until they do it. But otherwise, I'm impressed that nearly everybody tested, so especially almost all the offices in the slight risk area today. It was all but one, so not too bad of a performance there from everyone. There's still one more warning that's active, but oh, there goes Ohio. Actually, let's move WPSU over to this system so we can speed up the process. Okay, there we go.
Support for WPSU's live stream comes from Esper Rugs, featuring handmade area rugs from around the world, offering in-home rug showings to the WPSU listening area. Online at esperrugs.com.
Area by that devastating earthquake in Afghanistan. I was just talking to our correspondent Iyama Banista. This is Newsday on the BBC World Service with James and Vic. Just stay with us if you can.
This is WPSU State College and WPSX-K, an outreach service of Penn State. Imagine.
Okay, they didn't do it. Let me try that again. Okay, that turned out much better this time. I don't know what that's doing there for, but okay. Alright, so I went ahead and taken those two out. And that warning that was just canceled, was it the 1:30? Yep. Okay, so it looks like that's been allowed to, so that one's been canceled early. Alright, and that will officially put a big bow on this compilation, but I will not take anything out until after WRCH tests, which I'll be there we go. Alright, so there we have it. So that is everything for today. And of course I'll again reboot the station one more time to take out that one station. I'm keeping all the other stations in there, just in case they end up doing another weekly, after everything that has happened this week. So we did not hear from WAOK, so that probably tells me that they're going to do the Long Island monthly tomorrow morning at like 9:45 a.m. and that's in Central Time. So everything's in there, everything's ready to go for tonight. I'm leaving all the other Illinois stations in there in case they end up doing weeklies as well, but I don't expect too many more weeklies, now that a lot of them are done. But again, we still have, all the Verizons and everything. We still got to get through those. There's still a lot of Comcast and Spectrum still to go through. But, I think a lot of the Comcasts are actually already done, because a lot of them actually happened last night and actually into today. So a lot of them already are already done. So that's quite impressive how far we got with that. All right, but one more thing before we go, and that is regarding tomorrow and the remainder of this week, and going into next week. Well, actually not into next week, but let's first focus on the rest of this week. So tomorrow is my third evening class of college. So first thing tomorrow morning, when we start the tapings, I'll, of course, I'll take care of the replies and discussions for my 2 other classes for college, and then we'll put the Wheel of Fortune and Sorry tapings both back in full force. So once again, we'll be taping episodes until about 4:30 in the afternoon. That's when I gotta get ready for my evening class, have dinner, and then get out the door on time. And then when I get back tomorrow night, there isn't really going to be anything much in prime time. So no new episode of Celebrity Family Feud. It's going to be all reruns. And then as soon as I get back, we will start. Then we'll start backyard baseball. So anywhere between 8 and 9 p.m. I'd say is when we'll start the game. And then a short time after that game completes, or just before that game completes, tomorrow night I believe is when NVG is going to do another Showcase Beatdown live program. Of course, that I tend, that's why I tend, to finish these our programs before NVG does anything else. Before NVG starts doing live stuff on their part. So I don't want those two conflicting with one another, but of course, with Net Poker, that's the only time that NVG and us conflict in this new format, so it's fine. So that's tomorrow, and then Friday is going to be our fun night show, and then, of course, tapings prior to that. But then Saturday, we don't know what the plan is yet. We don't know what the plan is for that Saturday. But when I am informed further of those plans, of course, you will be the first to know. And then Sunday, we don't know what the plans are either. But of course, like I said, you'll be the first ones to know. And then, of course, Monday will be Minecraft again. Tuesday will be nothing. Oh yeah, Sunday will be Roblox. That's right. And then Wednesday night of next week is going to be kind of special, because it's going to be my 21st birthday bash, because I'm turning 21 next week. I mean, it's just incredible. I'm actually an adult already. And even my parents and my grandparents even can't believe how big I've gotten over these past 2 decades. From personally my perspective, it's just amazing. As I started the channel when I was 17. I was 17 when I started it. It was 2021. That's right. So I turned 21 this year. I turned 20 in 24. So 19 was 23, 18 was 22, so I was 17. I was 16, turning 17 in 21 when I started my channel, so that's just impressive how far we've gotten over the past, how far I've come over these past 21 years. So I'm planning a return to the Chaos Brewcade for dinner that night. And I know it's going to conflict with our Wednesday stuff, but at least this will give us sort of a preview as to what is to come. So this will sort of give us a preview as to what we are, what we're, going towards when I begin my other evening class in October. So we'll, test it out and whatnot, just, see how this goes and, whatnot. So again, we'll see how it all progresses. So hoping for good results with it and everything like that. That's for that Wednesday. And then Thursday will be our backyard baseball game again. Friday there will be our fun night show. And then that weekend there won't be anything because I'll be having my even bigger birthday bash. In fact, several new lines of videos are actually coming, including the remastered I-290, another update on the Central Tri-State on I-294, and then of course that rail fanning video out of Northbrook. So we have officially greenlit that plan. So this is going to be very exciting. I'm looking forward to it. And then I'm assuming after that everything else is going to be back to normal. So we'll see how that goes. So yeah, we'll see how it all progresses. How the week all progresses from there. What just came up? Jackson Lawrence, I thought they canceled everything. Jackson Lawrence, I thought they canceled everything. Well, thankfully we can go back on it on the NWR thing.
A dangerous disruption. A heart beating out of sync. What defines tough? It's precision and focus. Pulse energy. Targeting a disorder. Turning chaos into steady calm.
Okay, hopefully we won't have to wait long for it. Oh, of course, it's Louisville. They still do forecasts despite what's going on. Oh, the song that got a chiptune remake out of it. So while we're waiting for that, I've explained every bit of the schedule for next week. Alright, so these will be the final additions I make to the compilation, and that will be the end of the story. There we go. Well, at least that's their severe weather mode, so. I mean, they could have done it shorter, but at least that is an improvement, so. Over previous instances. Alright, so we just need to add this in, and that will be it. So there we go. So I'll go ahead and add this in. Okay. Then I'll go ahead and add the closing. And it's best that I check everything one more time. Make sure it's all in there. Yep, it is all in there. Sunrise to sunset. And of course the Spectrum wants to test right before I hit the end button, so. Nice of you to test right before I hit the wrap on the compilation.
NPS participant has issued
NPS participant has issued a required weekly test for the following counties or areas: Cumberland County, NC, Polk County, NC, Robeson County, North Carolina, and Sampson County, North Carolina, beginning at 1:13 a.m. on September 4th, 2025 and ending at 1:28 a.m. This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is on.
Did I end it correctly?
At 1:28 a.m.
Heck enough. And then of course a Cox has to test too. But nevertheless, those will be the final additions I make, and then I will end the compilation right then and there. Alright, so now that we are about to hit the off button, before we do, of course, I want to take this opportunity before we go to thank all of our special guests who have joined us here today. Of course, Brian, or also known as Brian Schlip. Yeah, Brian Schlip, that was the last name I was trying to get. Yeah, so Brian Schlip, the Lembine was with us, although he was with us too late because we had already passed the time slot for Deal or No Deal. Who else? Dimitri was with us. Andrew Durnock was with us. Well, there were a lot of people who were with us today. Another evacuation for Chandler County, Washington. I thought all those evacuation orders were enough. That's actually an upgrade, so. Really? Really? There are so many problems with John Station. Like sometimes this doesn't even load correctly at all. Even then, my station yields similar results. Yeah, that is not good. Alright, well, let's get it on PC. And this, hopefully, will be the final thing I add. And then that will, again, do it.
The civil authorities have issued an immediate evacuation for Chile, WA. for children.
So again, these will be the final editions.
The civil authorities have issued an immediate evacuation for children. The civil authorities have issued an immediate evacuation for children. WA, beginning at 1:16 a.m. and ending at 3:16 a.m. Chelan County Sharp Wildfire Warning. Level 3 evacuation order in Oregon. The affected area is Mad River Road from address 427. Leave now. Roads and evacuation routes can get blocked. If you don't leave now, you may be trapped, injured, or killed.
Alright, that's enough. I'm not going to include any more pieces of that product, because I just saw another Cox Communications. Yeah. And of course, everybody's going to be spamming weeklies tonight. It's going to be an absolute madhouse when I piece everything together. Alright, hopefully these will be the final pieces of this crazy puzzle of putting together everything from today. Alright, so once again, thanks to all of our special guests who have joined us here today. Of course, the show would not be the show that it is without them. So of course, we thank them for all they do for us here. So I'm gonna go ahead and reset the station one more time to take out those Ohio stations and the other one, and there we go. Alright, so that's all changed, and yeah, that's it. So with that, we are done here for this evening. So again, thank you all for joining us here today, whether it's in the afternoon or in the evening. We again thank you for being with us here every step of the way. On each and every single one of these Wednesdays, and we will be back with you again tomorrow night at, of course, anywhere between 8 and 9 p.m. when we bring you this week's backyard baseball game. So again, that'll be right after I get back from my evening class. So we hope you'll join us for that. So until then, from all of us here at Plainfield TV, we thank you for watching, and we wish all of you a very pleasant good night.